All right, it's official. 99 defense. We are the true Chad. The only question is I don't know where to get the 99 defense cake. I really don't. Lumbridge. All right, that's not too bad. Inside your soul, there's a hole you won't see. I really miss playing on the iron. We spent so much time here. All right, they said he was in Lumbridge. The melee combat tutor. Okay, so if I'm right, he's this way. Should just give it to me for free. Okay, that looks sick. Second skill cape. First skill cape for a combat stat. I don't know what its effects do. I can respawn in Ardoin. Okay, no thanks. And it acts like a ring of life. Has a feel. It will work up to level 30 wilderness. Ah. Well, what I said I was doing, I am doing. And that's CG. put it off. Just fuck off. Fuck you off. Bofa grind, brother. We're gonna get the Bofa. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. But we're on the grind now. I'm kind of nervous. Ah, weapon frame, thank goodness. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go this way.
The jump tab has moved.
Okay, well, we don't have the tree to cut, right? We need that. I can drop the pickaxe. Oh, we still need the tree. Ah, they're in there. Good. Oh shit, what am I doing?
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. 2, 2, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 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 range. 2, 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Okay, well, that's kind of bullshit. Okay, we have all the food in the world. Oh.
The gem crab has moved. Man, it's storming here. Oh wait, we don't need that.
That's what we need. Oh, I forgot to make the affected staff. Wish I had the bow piece, but we don't have it. Having a real hard time hearing.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage.
Auto retaliate's on, that's the problem.
Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range.
Okay, it's off. That,
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
This is not good. I'm not even doing any fucking damage to this guy.
Two, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range.
Okay. I just suck because
2, 1, mage.
yep, I must just suck. I'm not doing any fucking damage. Maybe I need to get the damn bow. Alright. Sorry, Gem Crab. I'm logging out. You're not helping me. Running out of food. That time I ran out of prayer. Hey, brother, I know. I'm not doing well. I ran out of food both times. Ran out of prayer the last time. I am not doing any damage to this boss. I just gotta buckle in. This is my time. Oh. Actually, I need that. God, the bear again. No, we're gonna go. I can't do the fucking bear again. We gotta do the bow. Ah, that is not good. That is not good. You get food. Man, my house is shaking. It's storming like a mother. No, we'll pass some food for now. Dark Beast, thank you.
Two, one, May. Two, one, rain. 2, 2, 1, 1, made. 2, 2, 1, 1, rain. 2, 2, 1, 1, made. 2, 2, 1, 1, rain. 2, 2, 1, 1, made. 2, 2, 1, 1, rain. 2, 2, 1, 1, made. 2, 2, 1, 1, rain. 2, 2, 1, 1, made.
The gem tab has moved.
2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, made. 2, 2, 1, 1, rain.
My goodness, boys. .99 defense doesn't do shit in the gauntlet. That's my take. .99 defense doesn't do shit in the gauntlet. We don't need that anymore. Let's fill up with water. Come on, give me the dragon. Please give me the dragon. Oh, that's not good. No, 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 no. Go this way, go this way. We gotta start checking for food. Found the food. There's gotta be a damn dragon spawn. We did not get 99 defense to not get at least one kill. Got you. Oh, that's fine. We're fine.
Two, one, May. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
How many attempts is that? All the food in the world. Oh my gosh, I did the halberd. Yeah, let me out. Let's try this again. Both weapon frames, lucky. We don't need that extra weapon frame. Not killing the bear. Asshole, you shouldn't hit me. Let's go this way. We don't have any prayer bots. We are going to be fucked sideways. Okay, we need more food. I need more prayer. And I do need more damn shards. Ah, there's the prayer.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. 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 Two.
Yay, my 207 fucking air runes. Let me see what the tier 2 armor needs. Go back in. Oh, fuck. Um, nope, we're fucked.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 1, 1, 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 mage.
'Kay, just a reminder. Well, I'm not doing tier 2 because fuck that. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to sit here and do 50 I mean, I'm not doing enough damage. I'm not getting enough food. We have lizards common, right? This is so depressing. could try to get the accumulator.
The gem tab has moved.
I keep forgetting I have a potion storage. I don't have that on my main. I do not have a lot of food, which is a problem. let's just see if I can kill Vorkath. I have plenty of kills on the name.
gem pad has moved.
Okay. Well. That's what I'm gonna do. It is what it is. I'm gonna do this, get Slayer, level up some range. I don't know, man. Ugh, I'm like, feel like I'm back to the iron grind.
Dude, who's just talking out here? What was talking out here?
Me?
Oh,
What do you mean?
it sounded like something on the beach.
Sea engineer?
That's weird. I'm gonna go to Candace's gym. They want to do this DECA thing again. Try to beat it because we're like 200 meters behind. It's him. It's less than a month. And then I'm gonna run SSA real quick. Make sure the price is up. And then hopefully it's done rating. And then I'm going to grill some food. Okay.
Why are you asking me?
Thanks for good.
I'll be back. Well, let's try to see if we can get it. I am gonna have to restock eventually in my stuff. Maybe we can get lucky.
The jump pad has moved.
This is not good, lads. Not good. the only thing I think to do is get food,
The jump pad has moved.
get the Vorkath, the simulator, work on Slayer. Maybe get the range level up to 90 and then we'll try it. I don't know. I figured within 5, I thought I would at least have one. This is the downside of an island, though. You gotta farm your own resources. I should see how many I have to cook, because I don't know. I might have a couple hundred in there to cook, and then I'll just go back to the forecast. Don't have any. That could be the highlights of this video. I do hard clue and see what we get.
The jump pad has moved.
Man, the storm is coming.
gem tab has moved.
Hello everyone, my name is Smithy. Welcome to my guide on how to tier 2 prep at the Corrupted Gauntlet. Now this is something I get asked a fair few times on how I'm prepping Corrupted Gauntlet, and recently I've just learned how to do tier 2 prepping. So thought I'd make this video and share with kind of what I do when I'm running around aimlessly around that dungeon, prepping to go and take on the big red moose. I know I called it a moose, it's definitely a moose, it's not a bear, a dog, or whatever everyone else calls it, it is a moose. and this guy's prompting me with the stuff. So before we go in, the things we're looking for, alright, the things that we're, trying to get from those rooms. Obviously, all the rooms are RNG based, so sometimes you're going to get a bit of a duff run and you might have to reset, and that's perfectly fine. So we're looking for 7 of the wall, 7 of the ore, 7 of the bark. So that equates to picking from 2 complete and 1 from a, you know, a third, I don't want to say repository, but you know what I mean. So you mine 2 of the full ore geodes and then 1 from a third. We're then looking for 3 to 350 on our first pass. This is 3 to 350 shards, and we're looking for 3 guams, or 3 of the herbs, what they're called. I've got no bloody name of them. And then we're going to be returning to base. You also need to pick up a weapon frame as well. Then when we get back to home base, we're going to make ourselves a full set of armor. We're going to make ourselves 3 vials, and we're going to make ourselves one of the weapons. Now, best way to pick your weapon, the first weapon you make, is by when you're running around, and if you see a demi-boss, make your weapon for that, because then you know you're definitely going to get a tier 3. And maybe on your first pass you only see 1 demi-boss. I've had that a lot. Sometimes no demi-bosses, which is fantastic. But you want to make one of the weapons that you've seen in demi-boss for. So if you see the Dark Beast, you want to make the bow. If you see the dragon, you want to make the staff. If you see the bear, you want to make the halberd. Then, with whatever shards you've got left, upgrade your weapon to priority tier 2 on your second pass, that is, because you need to go and kill the demi-bosses on our second pass. And upgrade as much of the armor as you can as well in that first backbone. Then on our second pass, we're going to be picking up our pestle and mortar and our harpoon. We're going to be fishing while we're running around killing the demi-bosses. Once you've got, you know, both the tier 3 items that you need to make the weapons, tele home, upgrade your armor fully, but first make the 2 weapons. You might need to then go and get some shards potentially, but hopefully you gather enough with the fishing that you're doing. You get shards from fishing, and you do get shards from killing the demi-bosses as well. So, by the end of it, you should have tier 2 helmet, tier 2 body, tier 2 legs, tier 3, or 2 tier 3 weapons. I like to have 3 the prayer pots, I can count into 2 and I sip 1 when I'm going through my second pass. And then as much food as you can collect on the way as well. With tier 2 armor, you're not taking as much damage, you're not needing as much food. But if you are still learning, mistakes happen. You get burnt by the tornadoes, you get hit off prayer, you need to eat. So, more food the better. When I was doing tier 1, I like to make 5 of the Karam 1 equivalent paddlefish. You know, you go to the singing bowl and you put some spice in your food, you can tick eat them. On tier 2, I'm finding I'm not needing that as much. On tier 1, I would make 5 of those corrupted paddlefish, or whatever they're called. Crystal boys, we'll call them. And that would, you know, help with the damage that I'm taking when I'm running around when it's on the tornado phase. Now, I do use some plugins as well. Main one is Brutile, and also I've tagged up Hunleth and I've tagged up the Tornado, so I can see them easily and I can see where they're pathing as well. I do have a video on that, which I'll put in the description, that I go through Runelite plugins, just to, you know, not make this video too long. You can go and watch that and get the information from that video. But anyway, let's get into it. Let's go and take out Hunleth, shall we? But anyways, let's get into it. We're going to go in, and I like to go the west side. So before I go in, I drop my harpoon and the pistol and mortar. We run in, spray melee, take out the corrupted animals chilling. And a nice little drop, means I'm not got to worry. I normally go for 3 ones. I like to make 3 pots. While this one drops over, so start picking the wall here. 3 of those. That, throw melee. And there we go, shards. I like to aim for around 300 odd shards in my first run. Then we kind of set up for a bit then. Now we're going to chop this first one. And what I like to do is go 1 over, 1 up, well, 3 up. So 1 past where Hunleth is. That's what I like to do. And we're going to loop back on ourselves. And we're going to grab 1 more, so we need 7 of each resources. We can drop our axe. Like this one, this is the food room, so I'm mentally noting that there's food in this room before when I come back. if I need to pass back through this way. Nice, there's a ore depot. We mine these two. And while we're running around, we grab 2 of these. Those, and this one. So now we only need 1 more ore. Right, there's nothing in that room, there's no demi-boss. To the next room, there's no wood room, so I like to step on the furthest side, so if it is a demi-boss, like so, they can hit you if you're in this room, so I like to err on the side of caution. Right, I'm going to take out this rack, and take out that one as well, but first I want to open up this light that gnome. Nice, we've got weapon sharp tools, that one, take the bread, light, some food room. Sometimes you do get a bit of a duff run where there's none on this side, so you do have to extend your running a little bit. So that is 2 that we lit, 3. I like to let me say wall room. Like this one, more food. Good to note that down in your head. Another wall room. This side. Oh, there is our mine depot. I do need to grab that wall. Right, there's the one we need. Pickaxe. So we need to grab 4 of these. So 1, 2, 3, and 1 of these. Cool. We've got 1 inventory spot, so if we do get a paddlefish drop from one of these little minions, we can pick that up. I'm hoping that there's a demi-boss in this room, otherwise we're going to be running around like a headless chicken a little bit. Which isn't good, because, you know, it is a timed instance. Shots real quick. Tick. These are quite slow to kill this bloody torch that we're using. But it is what it is. There's another 1, we don't need that, we've got 3 already. Tap the bread. Right, oh no, nice. I always like the dragon and the what's it called? Dark Beast. I think now we need this one, and I'm going to loop back into the room, or the main room, so we can start making our stuff. Nice, good shards. That, yeah, see you later, mate. This as well. Better have more shards than not enough. Cool, right, turn on pro again. In we go. We're going to come in here. Let's go to the singing bowl. We've got Dark Beast over there, so I'm going to make a bow first. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and then make 3 vials. Do that, and we should get enough crystals on the way back. So 3. Okay, grab our thingy, harpoon, got the room, and I'm going to go and kill that Dark Beast. And while we're running, save it time. In between attacks, I do like to do my pots as well. Time and motion and all that fun stuff. I like to camp in all into 2, but that's what we use for the fight. Let's put my rigger. Time 2 minutes back in time, late in time. After this kill, I will drop my pistol mortar as well, and then we'll run on through to the dragon, kill that. As I'm looping through, I'll do some fishing as well, so food sort it out. Hit. Okay, cool. That drops. Nice. Grab all that. We need 3 of those things. And as we're running through, we will do some fishing. Well, I'm a bit crunched for time, but it's okay. Doesn't matter, there's no need to panic. With tier 2 you don't need as much food, which is nice. Normally I would get full inventory of food. when I was doing tier 1 prepping. We'll get to that dragon. Cool. It all is orangey at the end of the day with these rooms because they don't spawn in the same place at the same time. Right, dragon. We're hoping that this dragon drops some food as well, but that will save us a bit of time. Right, we might actually be pushed. Yeah, we're definitely going to be pushed for time, but it's okay, there's no need to panic. Didn't, but anyway, I'm going to tell you anyway. Don't need that. Drop, do it. Okay, just to our cooker. We can have food real quick. You spam click it cooks all of it really quick. Nice. Grab the stuff. Seconds, we'll go loads of time. Drop that. Boom, boom, boom. That and that. Drop that. Drop that. Drop that. Realign that. Put that there. Boom. Alright. Now going in, we're going to pray range. Pray. Our attacking prayer as well. Hit old drop that he's given us. But it is what it is. I do have game sounds on as well, so I'm listening to those, but 3 or 4 attacks and he swaps, and then same with me. Change the line that way, because the floor is lava. I'll put one more attack in me before I need to change, yeah. And as we are running, I'm going to eat while I'm running as well. Whack a hit. Nice.
Level up. Completed.
Prayer and weapons, which is attacking prayer. As we attack, I'm going to sit on pop. Swap prayer. Weapon. Boom, boom. Running. Use prayer again. Let's get the damage I reckon. Nope. Oh, look at that. We are video gaming. Get back to the attack. Yeah. Change our prayer. Change the defensive prayer, and we're going to change ours now. And these tiles that I've got marked are safe tiles in the phase 3 portion. But I like to camp them even in the other earlier tier phases, just like it's like a home base sort of thing. Prayer back on. Change that. Change weapon. Run attack. Ring of roses. Prayer. Prayer now anyway. Weapon, I should say. Prayer. So prayers. Getting our attack, sit on pop. Switch weapon, turn prayer back on. Ooh, switch prayer back as well. Oh, he's got us running. Square, spray. Alright, we just finished up the kill. It's just rinse and repeat, really. And if you're worried about this step, this part like the fight, it's all a process of learning, to be honest. I mean, 20 kills ago, I was getting absolutely sat every single time. And maybe every other attempt I would get a kill. But, yeah, that is, you know, kind of my tier 2 prep. Can get very chaotic sometimes when you've got, you know, the rooms don't look.
I was deciding to do Warpath because I can't even get the hunt lift, man, to 250. I'm like right around 300 at the best. I'm struggling, so I'm like, you know what? Maybe I need to just train Slayer to get my range up. So I can barely hit it. Pretty frustrating, man. I'm not gonna spend, I think I spent over an hour and I got 20k in loot. Oh, fuck that. How many CG kills do you got? Oh shit, only 10? Well, is that on the iron or the main? Well, you don't really probably have to do much more, do you? Because you already have the Bofa. Unless you got Spoon.
It was when I went hitchhiking as a teenager that I first read the New Testament. And the back. On that occasion, the driver who picked me up was a Christian, and we got hooked. He said if I wanted to find out about God, I should read the Gospel. I wasn't traveling through the Egyptian desert at the time. I was actually on my way down to Exeter, hitching along the A303. But it was a turning point. And when I got home, I read the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and I think really it was John that struck a chord with me, with its deep sense of Christian mystery, and its poetry, and its mysticism. That day was the first step on a journey that led to my ordination as a priest in the Church of England. But what I didn't know then was that these Gospels were only a fraction of the information we have about Jesus. In fact, over the last century, discoveries here in the Egyptian desert have revealed that in the first 400 years after Jesus' death, there were in existence more than 20 Gospels, 15 apocalypses, and nearly 50 other texts about Jesus. So why do we only know of the ones in the New Testament? This is the story of a battle of words that spread across continents, but led to increase, forgery, condemnation. A battle in which texts fought against each other for acceptance and fleshly change. And what was at stake was this kind of truth that Christianity would turn out to be. The Gospel of Peter was one art. Christians today might believe that Jesus never died. The Gospel of Philip was one. Mary Magdalene might be hailed as the first pope. If the interesting narrative of James had been accepted, I would have learned in Sunday school that a child called Jesus was his teacher and wither on the steps just to reprimand me from class. In fact, if any of the different texts that ended up in the New Testament, Christianity today would look very different, or perhaps it wouldn't have survived.
I want you to think about how you would react to that. If someone came to you and they relayed that kind of information, how would you give an apology? How would you give an answer to the reason for the hope you have? Now, what's interesting about that particular documentary is, as you saw in the trailer for our upcoming Can I Trust the Bible series, I went to Egypt and I traveled to a great many of the same places that that individual went to in that documentary, and I came to a completely different conclusion. Now, why is that? Well, I'm going to go into that. But before I do that, what I want to highlight is that this is a common theme. This kind of lost gospels idea has been propagated in a number of books that have popped up over the last few decades, chief of which is that scholarly piece of work, like I said this morning, maybe a piece of something else, not scholarly, called the Da Vinci Code. Because it highlights this idea, right, that there were these other gospels and that they also talked about Jesus, and that the early Christian community was actually a warring community that was fighting in this kind of theological quagmire. And the reason we know about the Jesus we know from the Bible is because we read the books of the theological winners. That's the idea that's kind of communicated by that documentary, by the Da Vinci Code, and others. In fact, Ariel Sabar, who writes for The Atlantic, a few years ago wrote, after Constantine converted the Roman Church to Christianity in the 4th century, the church leaders began to canonize the small selection of texts that form the New Testament. Christians with other views were branded heretics. Now, that is not actually true. It's a false narrative, but it's a common narrative that's propagated by Ariel Savar from The Atlantic, by the BBC, by individuals like Joe Rogan on his podcast. And so we come into a world with these objections. Now, before we continue on, I want to make sure we're on the same page with defining a few terms, because I'm going to use two terms frequently, and I want to make sure they are communicated properly. I'm going to be using the word canon, and I'm going to be using the word apocryphal. Canon is simply a word that we come by it from Greek. It means rule or list. And so when we're talking about the scriptural canon, the biblical canon, what we mean are simply the books that are in our Bible. So the official books that are the rule of list of scriptural texts. Apocryphal, on the other hand, are the opposite. Apocrypha in Greek means obscure, doubtful, or secret. And so that was a word that kind of came to symbolize the other books. the books that were doubtful, that didn't have the level of credibility. Okay, so we've got that straight. Now I want to take you back to Egypt. I'm going to take you to 1945 in Egypt and with Muhammad Ali. Now, not that Muhammad Ali. Our Muhammad Ali looks a little bit more like this. Muhammad Ali wasn't really doing very much in 1945. But one of the places my colleague Andy and I went to in Egypt was the Nag Hammadi Desert. Because in 1945, a few shepherds who were looking for fertilizer in the Nag Hammadi Desert in Upper Egypt, while digging, stumbled upon a large earthenware jar. Now, the story goes that they kind of debated among themselves whether they could open the jar because some of them thought, well, there might be gold in the jar, but others thought there might be a genie who would get out and curse the stick. And so they ended up deciding that the gold weighs out over the genie, and so they broke it open. No gold, no genie. Book. Very important, though. Books that contain stories in the ancient Egyptian language called Coptic, but books that communicated a Jesus very different from the Jesus that we read about in the Bible. Now, this didn't make much of a splash. A lot was going on in 1945 because World War II had just ended. Many things were happening in Europe and the Pacific Theater. Nobody was really paying attention to a bunch of Egyptian farmers discovering some books in the desert. However, those books ended up getting into the hands of antiquity dealers and scholars, and chief among those collection of books was a document called the Gospel of Thomas. Now, this find, among a few others in Egypt, started to spark this idea of a Christianities theory. Not that there's one Christianity, but there are multiple Christianities, all vying for who Jesus actually is. And when we start to find books like the Gospel of Thomas that start to talk about Jesus in a very different way, it starts to bring up this idea, well, does anybody really have a true say on who Jesus is? Are we just reading the books of the theological winners? In order to answer that question, once again, I want to back up because I defined canon for you, but I also want to talk about the fact that there are basically two understandings of biblical canon. One is what I'm calling the theological canon, and one is what I'm calling the historical canon. The theological canon, which I'm just going to go through in a moment, is the question, why would Christians write books to begin with? Why did they do that? Why do we have a New Testament? Have you ever thought about that? Why did they decide to write down the stories of Jesus and codify the letters of individuals like Peter and Paul and Jude and James in the first place? Well, the reason for that is because we see this language of deliverance and redemption in the biblical testimony in places like the Gospel of John, where it says they're looking for the Messiah. There was an expectation in the time of the first century that God was going to do something. He'd been silent for approximately 400 years after the prophet Malachi was the last person to really speak with the Lord's statement, and they were waiting for the promised Messiah to come. Luke chapter 2 says that they were waiting for the redemption of Israel and the consolation of Israel, the redemption of Jerusalem. In Acts 1:6, it says that they were waiting for the restoration of the kingdom. In other words, the Jews within early Christianity did not view the story of the Old Testament as complete. They were waiting for the rest of the story to both break into history and be written. As N.T. Wright puts it, the great story of the Hebrew Scriptures was therefore inevitably read in the Second Temple period as a story in search of a conclusion. The earliest Christians were Jews who believed in Jesus as the Messiah. The Old Testament book, what we call the Old Testament, what the Jews call the Tanakh, the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim, the Law, the Prophets, and the Writings, was only a fraction, only a part of the story. Because the reason we call it an Old Testament is because we believe there's a New Testament. We get the word testament from the Latin testamentum, but the Greek word diatheke means covenant. You have the documents of the Old Covenant, and so therefore the Christians understood that there were going to be documents that would come with the New Covenant. First century Judaism, as well as early Christianity, was fundamentally covenantal. When looking at the writings leading up to the first century, an interpretation of what can be described as covenantal categories can be seen very strongly through the understanding of the early Christians. In other words, the Jewish people understood the actions of God through the lens of his covenantal promises. What is interesting is that when we get to the earliest Christian writings, this theological mind frame carries over. And it should, because just as they inherited the Hebrew scriptures, the Old Testament, they also inherited the mind frame that created the Old Testament to begin with. New Testament scholar Michael Kruger puts it this way: the acts of Jesus circulating in the kerygma, that's the word that means the oral Jesus stories, and recorded in the Gospels were framed in the context of Jesus bringing with him a new covenant. And we see this. The Last Supper was understood as a covenantal meal. Zechariah understood the coming of his son, John the Baptist, as fulfilling of God's covenant for the coming Messiah. Paul describes the ministry of the apostles as being ministers of the new covenant. And so all of this leads into it. These Christians, by virtue of their Jewish heritage, would have naturally seen the promise manifested in conjunction with written scriptural books. God said the promises, we wrote them down, we're in the new covenant. Jesus is the fulfiller of the new covenant. Where are they? What would have been the most organic, the most natural question. That's the theological question. Why would they write books to begin with? Well, because they understood that God's covenantal promises was fulfilled, was backed up, was undergirded by the writing of Scripture. So it would have been a natural progression. They would have both been expecting and looking for the books that would validate that. Okay, now let's transition to the historical canon, because the historical canon is a similar question, but it's also a question of, okay, what are the books that get us to Jesus? And the early church was not confused by this. Unlike the BBC documentary, which kind of wants to put conjecture out there as, you know, what I said in a British accent, they sounded probably wrong. The oldest books that are floating around. And when you look at the early church, thank you, I appreciate that. I saw that there. We look at the early church, they're not confused about this at all. An early church writer, Irenaeus, in the 2nd century, he says, but it is not possible that the Gospels can be either more or fewer in number than they are, since there are 4 zones of the world in which we live and 4 principal winds, and the cherubim too were 4 faces. And this is, let's be honest, a weird argument. But it's an argument that basically his conclusion is there can only be 4. He argues from numerology from a number of 4s in the Bible, but that aside, what he's arguing for is there are only 4. And what are the 4 that he names? Well, he names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. He goes on to quote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in Scripture. There cannot be more or less than that. Irenaeus was not confused about what Gospels matter. Likewise, a contemporary of Irenaeus, Theophilus of Antioch, he says, concerning the righteousness which the law enjoined, confirmatory utterances are found both with the prophets and in the Gospels, because they all spoke inspired by one Spirit of God. Some big words in there. What he's saying, though, is really powerful. The prophets, both by the Spirit of God, so did the Gospels. You can't get any more powerful than that. Now, what books did he go on to name in the Gospels? Well, he named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Thomas. He named John. But that is an interesting thing, isn't it? You know, we have a number of these lists, and not one of them mixes up the order. Not one of them has Matthew, Judas, Luke, and John. Or Thomas, Philip, Luke, and John. None of them. Whenever we get an argument for the Gospels from the early church, it's always Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Whenever these other Gospels are known, they're sometimes referred to as the lost Gospels. That's a bit of a misnomer. They were never lost. In fact, we knew about them, we've known about them for 2,000 years. We knew about the Gospel of Thomas because Irenaeus condemned it as heretical, as nonsense, as having no credibility to going back to the historical Jesus. When we found the Gospel of Thomas, what did it confirm? That what Irenaeus said about it was same thing with all the other Gospels. We've known about these other documents. It's just been when we've discovered them, it hasn't blown up our understanding of Christianity. Oh no, Gospel of Peter. No, the early church wrote about the Gospel of Peter, and when they wrote about it, they said, This had nothing to do with Jesus. This is a made-up Jesus. These are people appropriating Jesus for their own needs. I love Bruce, a New Testament scholar and historian, put it this way. He said, one thing must be emphatically stated. The New Testament books did not become authoritative for the church because they were formally included in a canonical list. On the contrary, the church included them because she already regarded them as divinely inspired, recognized their innate worth, and generally apostolic authority, direct or indirect. What does that mean? Well, if you were to hop in your time machine and go back in time and find that first century Christian and say, hey, why did you pick Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? They would say, I don't speak English and I don't know what you're saying. And then they would say, what do you mean pick? We didn't pick Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These were the books that were given to us by the apostles. In one sense, it's like me saying, why did you pick your parents? I didn't pick my parents. I didn't pick my parents. My parents are my parents by virtue of me being born by them. In the same way, the Gospels that ended up in your Bible are the Gospels, are the ones that ended up in Scripture because the church inherited them from the earliest Jesus communities. They have that reliability. Now, in one sense, there is no picking. There is no choosing of books. But in another sense, there kind of is. What do I mean? Contradict myself? Well, no. The Christians were very clear on what was and wasn't scriptural. However, there were some conversations about some of the books. Why were there conversations? Well, for the very reason that there were other books. And these other groups, the Jochetics, the Gnostics, the Ebionites, these other groups that were floating around and appropriating Jesus were attaching the name or the names of apostles on their writings to give them credibility. You know, nowadays, plagiarism is, I take Dr. Joel Houston stuff because he's really smart. I put mine in. He's smart too. But in the ancient world, it was the opposite. In the ancient world, nobody's going to read the Gospel of the West. They're not. In Toronto, it's a problem. So, what do? Well, I take my stuff and I put someone's name on it who actually has credibility. And in the ancient world, that's what they did. They took their ideas and their concepts, they appropriated Jesus into it, and they put Thomas's name at the top. They put Peter's name at the top. They put James's name at the top, or John's name. And because of this, what happened was that there were a lot of books with apostles' names floating around. Now, the fourfold Gospels were never in question, and really, as early as you want to push it, Paul's letters were never in question either. However, because there were so many writings with Peter's name on it, and with John's name on it, when the church was reading 1st and 2nd Peter, or 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John, they said, hold on, we need to make sure we do our homework. We need to make sure we get this right. And so there was some time for the dust to settle on some of the books that we have in our New Testament. But it wasn't because there was this battle. It wasn't because they got a list, a pile of books, and they're like, okay, well, we have one book with dragons. Let's see if we can get a couple more. Let's have a vote. That's not how it worked. They did have questions, but they had a criteria in order to make sure that what they codified, what they considered scripture, was what should be considered scripture. And in one sense, like I said, there was no choosing, but in another sense, there was, and in that way, there was 3 criteria proximate. The first one, Dr. Joel Houston actually talked about, apostolicity. Does it come from an apostle or someone who knew an apostle? Can we trace it back as early as we can go into the early Jesus community? Secondly, is orthodoxy communicated through? Now, this has nothing to do with capital O, Eastern Orthodoxy. Orthos just means straight or right, and doxa, in many of its different meanings, just means opinion. So is it the right opinion, or is it the right teaching? Does it communicate true things? Is it orthodox, small o? And then the fourth was Catholicity, similar to not having anything to do with the Eastern Orthodox Church, with Orthodoxy. Catholicity has nothing to do with the Roman Catholic Church. Small c Catholic comes from 2 Greek words, kata, meaning concerning or about, and holos, meaning the whole. In other words, universal. When we look across the breadth of the Christian world, are Christians reading these books, understanding them as what they should be? So does it come from an apostle? Does it have teaching that we can verify? going back to the earliest apostle community? And do we see at least somewhat of an agreement among the churches across the Christian world in the ancient world? That was approximately the threefold criteria. Now, using that threefold criteria, what I want to do now is I want to introduce and kind of dig into two of these quote-unquote lost gospels. The first one I've already mentioned, the Gospel of Thomas. Now, the Gospel of Thomas isn't a gospel in the sense that you might be thinking of a gospel. When you open up the Gospel of Mark, you will find a beginning, a middle, and an end. In fact, Luke and Matthew do a good job of starting at the beginning, at the birth, and ending at the end, with the resurrection. You go to John, and he really goes before the beginning. He's like, I want to beat these guys. I'm going before. But it's a narrative, right? There's a story to it. That's not what you get the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is just a list of 114 sayings. 114 sayings between Jesus and his apostles and different people back and forth. So it's not a gospel in the way that you might understand it. It also has a kind of Gnostic flavor to it. That is an argument as to whether it's formally Gnostic or whether we want to call it proto-Gnostic or not. But in other words, it has this idea that is understood as what we call today Christian Gnosticism. Now, what is that? Well, in biblical Christianity, salvation is something that is done for us, external to us, based on the finished work of Christ on the cross. According to the Gnostics, this other group of really Eastern pagan mystics who come into the Christian areas in the 2nd century and
The
approach
Gentile
Jesus,
has
salvation, according to them, was not something outside of you, it's actually something inside of you. It's not just that Jesus is divine, you're divine. And you unlock it by secret knowledge. The Greek word for knowledge is gnosis. That's why we call them the Gnostics. Now, it's kind of a misnomer. The Gnostics were a diverse group. There really isn't one form of Gnosticism. A lot of the Gnostic teaching kind of disagree with one another. So in one sense, it's not really a super accurate term. But in another sense, if we're going to use it as an umbrella category, the Gnostics, by the time that they include Jesus, it's already the 2nd century. And so anything that kind of has a Gnostic flavor to it is already disqualified because it's too late to be connected to the earliest Jesus community. It fails the criteria of apostolicity. Thomas was dead by the time the Gospel of Thomas was written. We know that. Not only that, but in terms of its orthodoxy, in terms of its right teaching, it's kind of a little bit sketchy. Let me share with you the last line of the Gospel of Thomas, logging on 114. Simon Peter said to him, let Mary leave us, for women are not worthy of life. Rock to a good start. Jesus said, I myself shall lead her in order to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every woman who will make herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. Amen, am I right? No. No, this fails the criteria of orthodoxy. This is not something that the true historical Jesus would have said based on what we know about the true historical Jesus. So it fails on the criteria that it's too early. It's too late to be connected with the early Jesus community. And it fails because its content is kind of wacky. And this is a common theme. You know, one way I've talked to people and they've come to me and they say, why isn't the Gospel of Judas in the Bible? And I say, you go read the Gospel of Judas and can tell me. Because Gnostic literature is purposefully confusing. It's purposefully confusing because the idea is that if you understand the secret knowledge, then you're in the club and you can unlock your divinity. Well, you read some of the Gnostic literature and you're like, I can't make head with it. That's done on purpose. It's supposed to be confusing. But that actually ends up being very clear to disqualifying it from what we know as both Orthodox and Catholic in terms of that criterion. Okay, Elton Thomas. It's out of lineup. The second one is one of my favorites, the Gospel of Peter. Now, the Gospel of Peter has a very interesting section in it, which is a resurrection narrative. Now, I don't know if you've ever thought about this before, but if you read the narratives of the resurrection that we find in the Gospels and the biblical Gospels, they're kind of matter of fact. You know, the evidence that Dr. Joel Houston highlighted for the resurrection is actually very matter of fact and really lacks the embellishment that it could possibly have. The Gospel of Peter, in an effort to really let you know what's going on, has the camera rolling on the resurrection. And it actually is, I think, an apologetic, an answer to one of the things we find in the Gospels. Because in the biblical Gospels, the first people to show up to the tomb are who? Women. This is one of the criteria that we used, called criteria of embarrassment, to show that it's actually reliable. Because women were not seen as credible witnesses in the ancient world. The writers of the Gospel of Peter see that, understand that, and so they replace the women as the first witnesses. Instead, what they have is Jewish and Roman officials camping out in front of the tomb when the resurrection happens. They have the right people who would have been the right witnesses at the right times. They're fixing what they see as a problem. Not only that, but like the Gnostic component of the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Peter also has a Gnostic component, but it's a particular Gnostic narrative called doceticism. The Greek word dokein means to see. And so there are a group of Gnostic that we categorize as docetics or doketics because they do not believe Jesus had a physical body. They don't believe Jesus had a physical body because while nowadays we maybe have a hard time convincing people Jesus was God, in the ancient world, they're like, no problem with Jesus being God, but if he's God, he can't be man. So, there Jesus just doesn't have a physical body. He's floating around. He's not actually there. And so, when you get to the resurrection narrative, the stone is removed from the tomb, and Jesus comes out, and he's a giant Jesus, the 90-foot tall Jesus, his head is in the clouds. Why? Because they never believed he had a physical body to begin with. He didn't actually die. It was all a charade. Charade. One of those two, right? We're too British. Listen to too many British people. It's a charade. So, and then the icing on top, he's flanked by angels on either side, and the cross comes out of the tomb. Nobody tells you how the cross got in the tomb. The cross comes out of the tomb, and it's prophesying about Jesus. Some people read the biblical Gospels and they think this is really far-fetched. Go read the Gospel of Peter, and you really know what far-fetched sounds like. So, once again, the Gospel of Peter is late, and it has this Gnostic flavor, and it's full of crazy teachings. So, you wouldn't do that with anybody else. If you want to know about Abraham Lincoln, if you're writing a paper on Abraham Lincoln, you don't hop on Netflix, pull up Abraham Lincoln's Zombie Hunter, and start watching. It's not good history. But that's kind of what the Gnostic literature is. Not only this, but I want to take a bit of an aside and communicate something that I think is really, really interesting. There was a study that was done a decade or so ago by a group of scholars who were looking at a number of sources from in and around the time that Jesus was living, this period of antiquity, from about 330 BC to about 200 AD. What they were looking at was what are the most popular Jewish names among Palestinian Jews in this time period. And so they looked at a number of sources. They looked at the Dead Sea Scrolls. They looked at Josephus, the ancient Greco-Roman Jewish writer. And they looked at the New Testament, and they looked at ossuaries, which are bone boxes. When the Jews would bury their dead, they would, after the body had decayed, they would collect the bones, they'd put it in a box, a stone box, and they would inscribe the name of the individual on the side. And so that gives us a pretty accurate picture of what people were named because they carved their names into the side of these bone boxes. And so what they came up with was a list of the most popular names during this time. Now, a group of different scholars thought, this is interesting, because what if we try to narrow that gap, get a little closer to Jesus, and then look at some of the names that are listed in the New Testament? Stay with me. What they did was they looked at places like the Gospel of Matthew, where you have the disciples listed. And there you have a place where you have a whole range of names. And then they took the other study and they said, okay, if we look at the most popular names, and we look at the ones that aren't popular, we find something very interesting. We find what are called disambiguators or qualifiers. Why? Well, if names are popular, you have to make sure you know who's who. If there are a whole bunch of Matthews in your class, you have to make sure that you know which Matthew you want to find. So you disambiguate. All Matthew, short Matthew. Matthew with a big nose. You know, you find these things, or use the first letter of their last name, right? Maybe the big nose thing is probably should use that. But either way, you have a disambiguator. To disambiguate, to clarify who you're talking about. This is exactly what we see when we look at these names that were popular in this time with the New Testament. Simon is the most popular name. He's called Peter. James, number 11, the son of Zebedee. Excuse me. John was his brother, number 5. Philip, not as popular, number 61. No need to qualify. There aren't that many Philips running around. Bartholomew, that's a good Greek name. Number 50. Excuse me, not that many Bartholomews running around. No qualifier. Matthew, number 9. He's the tax collector. You got 2 Jameses. You got to figure out who's who in the group. The other one is the son of Alphaeus. The Thaddeus, though, that's not a popular name. It's Greek again. No qualifier. 2 Simons. One is called Peter. The other is the Canaanian. And then Judas, number 3, Iscariot, who betrayed him. Every time you look at the names that are listed in the Gospels and Acts, you find this happen. Every time, for both male and female names. You know what's interesting? If you look at this data and try to read it over top of the Gnostic Gospels, the Lost Gospels, they fail. In fact, apart from the most obvious names like in the Gospel of Judas, they're going to name Judas, and they're going to name Jesus. They also have names that tend to be popular in other places at other times. Why is it that some of these Gospels have names that are popular and frequently listed for names that are popular in 4th century Egypt? Why is that? I just wonder. It's because it's being written in 4th century Egypt. Now, this might be something you think, okay, this name thing's interesting, but it's these kind of details, and the ones that I talked about this morning with undesigned coincidences, that highlight the reliability of the biblical Gospels over and above these other ones. Because when we look at these names and we pinpoint them to a particular geographical area and time, what it does for us is it shows us whoever was writing these either was there or is communicating with someone who's there. Because otherwise, it's almost impossible to get this stuff right. These other books in later centuries try to do it and they miss the mark. They don't get it right. And they go on the presumption that the names in their area that are popular would have been names that were popular in 1st century Galilee and Judea. And it's just not. They out themselves even by their own context. Not only that, but if you look at when these Gospels were written, and like I said before, they were just written at different times in different places, and they are just not reliable in terms of coming to the time frame of when Jesus was actually living. They're being written in later centuries, and they're appropriating Jesus, and they're appropriating these names, and they're going to lengths to try to validate this, and it outs them. You know, it's interesting that the gospel authors that are in your Bible, if you took off the gospel according to, you'd have a hard time figuring out who wrote it. It's called formal anonymity. Why is that? It's because their purpose is to focus on Jesus. They're not going to lengths to try to validate that I am Matthew, I'm a tax collector, I'm a disciple of Jesus, they call me Levi, and this is my historical account. Why don't they do that? The other Gospels do that. The Gospel of Thomas does that. The Gospel of Peter does that. It's because the credibility is not in the author. The credibility is in Jesus. That's something that's very unique about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John compared to these other Gospels. The other Gospels are trying to convince you that the person who wrote it has the authorial credibility to be able to communicate to you that what they're saying is true. The biblical Gospels are not concerned with that because they want to communicate to you who Jesus is. That's what's important. So what are the only books that had any credibility. Well, shocker, it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. If you get into a conversation and someone brings up the lost Gospels, the Gnostic Gospels, you don't have to bring up a study on names and the correlation to the most popular names in first century Palestine. All you have to say is, if I want to know about Jesus, I'm going to look to the earliest books that get me to Jesus. It's not Thomas. It's not Peter. It's not Judas. Not Philip or Mary. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Full stop. That's it. Conversation over. This is the reality of the biblical gospel. They get us right to either someone who knew Jesus or someone who knew someone who knew Jesus. And they're very clear with that. Luke, in the preface of his gospel, specifically says, I'm not an eyewitness. I'm interviewing eyewitnesses. He's up front about what he's doing. And that adds a level of credibility. So why can you trust your Bible? Well, you can trust your Bible because when we look at the actual data, we find very interesting facts. The four Gospels are the only... In just a moment, I'm going to be sharing with you a conversation I had with my friend Peter Gurry, who is a professor at Midwestern Baptist.
I know I need to do. I really know I need to dive back into it.
Canon Institute. We had a really great conversation about the differences in copies of the New
I think I'm
Testament
gonna do tier 2
and
prep. I don't know.
their implications on our understanding of the
Yeah, Alex, I don't want to go back either, but I'm really like.
MBTS. That is the sponsor of today's video.
I'm wondering, man,
with Midwestern.
how much different rigor and augury you're gonna make.
I'll be welcoming several Midwestern seminary professors to the channel to talk about Bible and apologetics and theology. And I'm very choosy who I partner with. I get approached by a lot of different groups wanting to sell, plug, or promote their stuff. But to save you from having to listen to me talk about bed sheets or the green smoothie that I supposedly want you to drink, I've been purposeful in promoting groups and things that I actually feel comfortable plugging, that I like, enjoy, or have an appreciation for. And so one of the things I appreciate about an institution like Midwestern Seminary is how balanced the depth and accessibility that they have is. They're actually one of the most accessible seminaries out there today, which means that if this conversation that you're about to hear with myself and Dr. Gurry resonates with you, there are real opportunities for you to study with him and others like him at Midwestern. Even if you can't move to Kansas City, you're more than welcome to, but if you
I think I'm gonna start tier 2
that's
prep.
fine. That works. In addition to free online courses Midwestern offers through their For the Church Institute resource, they offer their most rigorous degrees fully online. So whether you're looking at either graduate courses,
Yeah, we're going back. We're going back to Gauntlet.
to do your doctorate, you can take live classes like Peter Gurry
We're going back.
or John Mead, who I talked with back in December.
Oh, Crystal Impling, I'll take you. Oh, of course. Really? Just Rune Darts? Okay, Gauntlet, here we come. I think I just needed to change the pace for a second. Of course I'm gonna grab that little Quran Bouillon. I want it. I'm gonna cook it. I caught it. Tier 2 prep. We need 7 and 350 shards. 7 of each resource, 350 shards. This is gonna be rough. But it's necessary, right? Oh. Tackle box. How is my bank, like, overly full? I haven't really been on here. What have I done? Crystal dust, we'll keep that, of course. Actually, goat horn dust. It's a regular combat potion, we don't need that. We don't need the signet. We don't need the bowl. Actually, I am going to do some maintenance and get rid of some things in the bank that we don't need. Actually, I'm going to pee first. Alright. I love how I busted all my gear up. And we need money now to repair it. Guess we spent all that time getting 99 defense. Okay, tier 2 defense, or tier 2 armor. I am gonna log out of the main. So I do feel like I need all of my attention. Okay, we don't need the harpoon, we don't need that. Let's go. Okay. Oh, look at that. We don't have to do any more of the shards. And we got our weapon. Wonderful. Okay. Just need one. And then drop. Okay. Thank you for all the extra. Perfect. We don't need any more after this room. We just need one. I guess I could. No, we don't need to fish a little bit. There's food in here. We'll just keep it on the remembering. Okay. Corrupted shards. Come on, we gotta find a mine. Ah, food room. We gotta find the mine. Okay, one mine. We got a ton of food. Oh my gosh, there's nothing to mine in here. Oh my gosh, there's food everywhere, but nothing to mine. I'm regretting doing tier 2 prep now. Okay, one mine. Okay. We don't need that. Go to the singing bowl. First thing we're going to do is make our weapon staff. 1. Okay, we make it on 1, 2, 3. Right enough? Okay, I will drop. We'll go fill this up with water. Okay, now we have to find the demi bosses. Where's Hunt? Okay, we're gonna go this way. Because I'm doing tier 2, I'm just gonna take whatever weapon I can freaking get. Let's take a weapon frame, we're good. We don't need that. I would tell you that. And then I'm gonna pick up the remainder. Okay, we will make tuned, perfected. Okay, I guess we can't do that yet. Jeez, this sucks. We don't have enough. Where's the fish? We gotta find fish. Oh, there's bigger fish. Fuck, we have 90 seconds. We're fucked. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Okay, let's just run back. We have what we're gonna have, and we gotta figure it out from here. We got 30 seconds. Shit. Come on, go, come on. I dropped all my damn shards. Fuck, man. You know what? No, I'm out of here. Shut the hell up. How do I get out? Yeah, escape. I don't want to do tier 2 prep. I want to do tier 1. Oh yeah, fuck that. Yeah, that garbage ass food. No, I'm just gonna do tier 1 prep and say fuck it. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, I picked out 4, but I feel like this is your winner.
What is it? Yeah, let's go with that.
It sounds pretty good.
It works, babe.
Chipotle powder, scotch bonnet pepper, onion, olive oil.
Is the storm done?
For now, comes back 4 o'clock all night. But I figured I'm like, I'll grill right now while it's not pouring down.
Thanks, babe.
It was either that one or the spicier sauerkraut and mustard. Because that one sounded pretty good too.
Actually, I want that one.
I think that sounds pretty good for like potatoes and burgers.
I want that one, yeah.
This one maybe tomorrow.
Hi, buddy.
The spicy mustard, and I know you like the spicy mustard.
That should be enough, right? There's food in there. Okay, let's see if I can make the armor. Okay, we don't have enough materials. That's fine. Let's go make some food. Okay, now let's finish the armor. Okay, got the armor down. Second weapon frame down. Okay. We don't have that. We gotta go find a new one. Oh, we got more food. Oh, and a gleam. Okay, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Give me the love. I'm gonna make whatever weapon it gives me because I've got 2 minutes. And I gotta find more food. Thank you, it's the bowstring. Wait, we gotta go this way. Fish, thank you. We don't need the scepter anymore. We don't need the teleports. Actually, can I combine this? Nope. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You can't it. Oh, drop it. Fish. Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright. Oh, God! Oh, I need another fucking... We made the halberd. But we can't make the halberd. We need to make the bow. I need a weapon frame. Where's the weapon frame? There's the weapon frame over here, wasn't there? Give me a weapon frame, please. Nope, we're gonna fail.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range.
Can you turn my shit off, you fucking cunt?
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage.
That doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I'm doing this stupid thing that I suck
2,
at.
2, 1, 1, range.
Can we try to plug in?
Okay.
Maybe.
No, I'll be fine.
I mean, I think so.
2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range. 2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range.
Just finish it.
2, 2, 1, 1, mage. 2, 2, 1, 1, range.
Oh, that was shit. I mean, Miraculously, somehow I lasted that long, but I had a tier 1 weapon. I'm gonna eat because I'm shitty. I am very, very shitty right now. That I keep making the halberd on accident. I don't want to make the halberd. I wanted to make the frickin' staff. Ah. And honestly, this is what I need to do. I'll do a couple, and then I'll go Vorcat, and then I'll do a couple, and then I'll go Vorcat. I'm not gonna sit here. I saw somebody with less stats that is doing it, so you know what? It's a me problem. It's not a stat problem. It's a me problem. Let me see my what am I gonna get? My mithril plate body? Oh no, adamant maces. 5 of them. Mithril maces. Oh geez, even I never had this issue with making the wrong weapon doing normal gauntlet. That's what really is upsetting to me. I never made the wrong weapon before. Now I've done it 2 or 3 times. I really hope this doesn't taste terrible. Oh, it's habanero. At least it's just habanero. Just see like Maggie sabotaging me, being like, "Oh, babe, you like this one? It's scorpion pepper." I'm like, "Oh, thank you, sweetheart." I mean, fry my ass. My word. That's what we're doing. We're gonna do maybe 10 deaths and a Vorcat. 10 deaths and a Vorcat. How about that? I don't see any other way out of this. Spicy, but good.
And study Old Testament with him and other professors like them through what they call their global campus. So I'm going to throw a link down in the description where Midwestern has created a personal URL for my viewers to be able to go straight to where to find that. And so if you're interested, make sure to check it out. And also stay tuned because later in this video, I'm going to be announcing a special giveaway, a really cool giveaway that I'm excited that I'm doing with Midwestern that you are definitely going to want to sign up for and take advantage of. You won't want to miss it. Well, I am pleased to be joined by my friend Dr. Peter Gurry. Peter, why don't you tell the audience a little bit about who you are?
Sure. So I teach New Testament here at Western Baptist Theological Seminary in Kansas City, Missouri. Before that, I taught for about 8 years in Phoenix, Arizona. And for that, did a PhD in England, master's degree in Dallas, and an undergrad degree in Chicago. So I like to travel, I guess. And my expertise is in New Testament textual criticism, which I think is what we're going to talk about. So in particular, I studied the manuscripts of the New Testament. And I've been interested in that for a long time. I got my first Greek New Testament in high school, and then it was in college that I learned about the manuscripts behind my Greek New Testament. And I've always been fascinated by the process of how we get the Bible. So I also co-direct an institution called the Text and Canon Institute, where we study the history of the Bible. So it's right up my alley. And what else? I've got 6 kids. We have a cat.
Wait, is he about to try Red Prison? Oh, shit. We might have to coach him on the Red Frizzy. Savix Red Prison arc, about to go crazy. Is Savix gonna do Gauntlet now?
Sword.com.
Congratulations, Savix!
Thank you very much, Captain, for the W tips.
You did awesome, man.
Thank you. I'm gonna send one. Can I screen share and you run me down? But I only have time for one and I gotta go.
Are you asking me if I'm in?
I are you in? I'm asking the professional now. Just graduated, so you're the perfect guy.
Let's go! From one prison sentence ends, another one begins.
Oh my god, well said, bro. Oh, dude, that is a lot of people. What the fuck? Look at them say R.
I did leak your world, so they can all go and crash you.
I'm sorry, bro.
Wait, okay. You actually have to talk to a guy and do the orientation and like just space bar everything. Yeah, like you might want to hop. Roll and then come back.
Think so?
I think so.
No, it's pretty good than you.
Okay, try to find him. I don't know where he is in there.
What does he look like?
Dude, you're not even gonna see him. That's the thing. Try to go in the gauntlet real quick. With the right there. Yeah, just don't ask again. Yeah. Alright, welcome to the gauntlet, Savage. So,
Thank you, sir.
alright, man. Basically, what you want to do is open some doors around you, and you do that by clicking on that little thing right there. Yeah. Alright, so what you're doing right now is you are scouting for resources. So, you see that's a crystal deposit. That was a fishing thing back there. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we actually want to just do your UI. You know, World of Warcraft is all about UI. When you jump in UI, then you can play.
Yes.
Okay, so on the top right, search for a gauntlet. Search for gauntlet in plugins. You gotta have this.
It's like the gauntlet.
Yeah, download gauntlet plugin. The gauntlet.
It's the red one, the red one.
It's just called the gauntlet. Yeah.
Gauntlet. I got it.
Cool. Open it up.
Right.
Okay, and then on the right, drop down the first thing.
Okay.
And you're gonna track resources. Who's gonna help this one help a lot? Go to the decrement, remove acquired resources, check that box. And then change the next ones to 777. We'll start you on tier 2 so you can learn tier 2. Okay,
777.
3,
3.
2, 25, and 540.
The
And then bowstring and orb. Bowstring and orb.
bowstring and orb.
Okay, and then on the next part, resource overlay. Alright,
Source.
click that, check the box.
Okay.
Perfect. At the bottom, minimap overlay, the checkbox, dynamic remove. Check on the box at the bottom. Those two boxes at the bottom. The two ones that are unchecked.
I'll check that.
Yeah, check those ones. Cool. And then go to utilities, check that box. Outline starting room utilities. Prevent entry with uncooked fish, check that box. Trust me.
Prevent. Got it.
Yeah, this is gonna be awesome for you. Okay, outline, demi bosses, NPCs.
Okay.
Check that one. And at the bottom, minimap overlay.
Okay.
And then Hunlib. Hunlib, this will be up to you. Yeah, definitely outline Hunlib.
Okay.
Color tile by player. You can have that. Turn that on. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want when the boss is praying? So if the boss is praying range, do you want to see a green square around the boss, or do you want to see a blue square around the boss that tells you to use mage?
What do you use?
I use inverted. I use when the boss is praying range, I see a blue square around him that tells me to use mage. So you can either see the same color that he's praying, or you can see the inverted color of what he's praying. That's purple red.
I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay, leave it on what it is now. Outline tornado on. Who's on?
Too fun. Yeah.
Okay, and then timer, overlay timer. Okay, now you're gonna exit out and you're gonna come back in and you're gonna do a ring. You see how it's lit up? You see how they're lit up now?
Yeah. These bad boys.
Yeah, awesome. Alright, let's exit out and then come back in.
Okay, W right now, guys.
Gauntlet speed run setup. You're flying now.
Speed run.
Okay, so don't open all the first rooms. I would just like make a left and then kind of do a loop. So you want to go and grab that herb on the ground that's lit up green, and you want to kill. So these little guys right here, you want to kill them and pray melee protect. You can just camp it.
Okay.
If you want, you can do piety as well. That's up to you. And you,
Will I get to restore my flame? So.
yep, that herb you're about to pick up is going to make you a ton. Okay, go ahead and kill the other bat. You want to pick up everything. You want to pick up everything that they drop. Just pick up all of it. Just if you can, I would just can't protect so that you're not taking anything. Okay, so where is the thing that shows you how many resources that you need? Is it on your screen? Okay, that's what you need to do. You need to get rid of all those. So we're trying to get 7 linteriniums. We're trying to get fish. So I wouldn't do fish on the first round. I'd wait until you go back. So you want to do resources. So you're looking for red, white, or green right now. You're looking for red, white, or green. You don't kill these mediums right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So just grab resources. You're trying to fill your whole bag with resources. At least 3 of each.
3 of each.
Yeah. So this is what I would call your first lap. When you're doing your first lap, you want 1 of each resource, preferably, and at least like 200 shards would be really good. And you
shard. How do I get the shard?
if you don't have 200 shards, you'll go back anyway. But I'm gonna teach you my strat right here. Okay. So
I have
you
3 ore.
you need to go back and get that ore. So you need 7 of them.
I
Total.
need 7 of them. I didn't
Yeah.
have 3 each.
No, I'm saying this is your first lap. If you can get 7 of each, you get 7 of each.
If I could get 7, get 7.
You already have 7. So did you see how they're not lit up anymore?
Oh, I got it.
You only hit the stuff that's lit up. It's easy mode.
Only lit up. Okay.
Okay, you need to drop some of the ores. Okay, I want you to drop until you have only 7.
Okay, we're good on the branch after this, maybe.
Okay, you're good. So
Now, when I go through these walls, like, do I ever get lost?
yeah, I mean you'll be able to look around a bit. Try to find your way back to where you started. There's some white. You need those.
I need those. Okay.
Yeah, you want to go pick those up. So you're about to run out of bag space. This game is all about bag management. Drop that fish that you have and get 3 of those linteriniums. You don't want fish on your first round. It takes up bag space. I want you to go back now. If you want, you have 1 more bag space. You can grab 1 more linterinium.
Grab 1 more linterinium.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now I want you to go back to the starting group. It's always attached to the Hunliff in the middle. The Hunliff is the boss.
Hunliff. I don't even know if I see Hunliff.
He's right next to you. The big dog. Right.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. You see the pink room right here?
Yes.
All the pink stuff.
That's my house.
Nice, Savage. Look at your first bag. This is an amazing first lap. You want to be doing this every single time. Look at your bag. This is an amazing first bag. You did great right here. You got tons of resources. You got 200 shards. Click on the bowl. I want you to make tier 2 staff. So you click staff twice.
That.
Yep. 7, 7.
Okay.
Now you're gonna make a full set of tier 1 armor. 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
Awesome. Okay. Now you're gonna equip all of it, and you're gonna buy 2 with the rest of your money, you're gonna buy 2 vials. Only buy 2 vials.
Yeah.
Cool. Now go and fill the vials up at the sink in the room. Nice. Okay. Now put the herbs in the vials,
Okay.
and now you have bag space. Okay. Now you're gonna do another lap, and on this lap, you're gonna kill some bosses. So the bosses spawn straight. You have to go straight out of that room that you're in right now. We'll call that the home base. If you
All
go,
the way down.
yes, if you go straight out of home base, you're gonna find a boss, a mini boss. This is a mini boss. You need to pray melee on this guy.
Okay.
He will 2-shot you. He hits hard.
Shit.
They hit for 40. If you're not praying, they hit zeros. If you pray, they hit 0. You don't even need to move. Just stand there and kill him. Okay. This is a bear. He is going to drop a spider. This is the melee weapon, but you're not going to use the melee weapon right now. This is something you could try later. You're gonna use ranged and melee. Oh, sorry, ranged and magic. So you're going to you can kill these mobs if you want.
Kill him? Right.
Yeah, these are medium mobs. Every time, this is your second lap. On my second lap, what I like to do is kill 2 demi bosses and at least 1 room and 2 medium boss and 2 medium mobs. You want to kill 2 demis, which is 2 large mobs and 2 medium mobs.
Chef, I'm trying to write this down all in my brain right now.
It's a lot to take in, and you're gonna have it
Yes.
no problem in like 3 runs. I swear.
Okay, Chef.
It's so yeah,
Alright, so I'm looking for one more demi since I killed 1 demi.
right. I'll teach you how to find that in a second. You do not want to be passing these things that you need ever. This whole thing is a time race to get everything you need at the bottom right there. Okay, you want those numbers to go away.
Just
Okay,
not with the melee weapon. Should I throw it this?
you need to grind that down. You want to pick that up. You're going to use your pestle and mortar and grind it down. Okay,
Oh, and then these are my moves.
I didn't know you could do that.
perfect. This is a dragon boss.
Yeah, I'm out of prayers.
You want to pray mage, or he can 2-shot you.
I'm
Okay.
almost out of ammo, sir.
What you want to do while you're fighting him, if you can, is grind your shards that you have in your bag. Pestle and mortar.
Alright,
Use
I think we're
pestle
ready.
and mortar on the shards.
These crystal shard.
On the crystal shards. Use pestle and mortar on the shards. You
I
want to do
paused your video because I don't want to listen to you, Sardako. Alright. Okay. What's mine? We're gonna get it. Good room. Very good room. Can I get a weapon frame or 2? That would be amazing. You sound like you're poisoning me, Mr. Scorpio, but you're not. Come on, dude. Hit him. Hit him like you know what you're doing. Oh, more shards. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, we're now actually, we can make the armament. So let's go 1, 2, 3, staff. Can I make any of these? 1, 2, 3. Can I make another one? Oh, we even get it attuned. We are freaking on fire. Have to run straight back while we're doing that. Might be my best run yet. Second weapon frame acquired. Clear. And the dragon. That's perfect. Okay, we don't need that weapon frame. But we do need number down. We put this, and then this, and then we can actually drop that. We found everything we needed very quickly. We just need food now. Ask and we shall receive. Any more food? Any more food? We need the food. Alright, let's keep going. Come on, we got 2 minutes, 52 seconds. We're making great time. And this is the food room. Actually, what I want to do is to make sure I have plenty of. Let's make everything we can first. Okay. We're good with that. Let's go. Perfected step. Effective growth. Drop the scepter. Drop the shards. We need the harpoon. We'll take the fish. This is the most food we've had yet. We're gonna cook it. Come on. We should be good. We're gonna go bring and bring.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, 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 mage.
Okay.
2, 1.
Don't even give me silver bars. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Your silver fucking bars. Oh, wait, did you not? Got 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these. Okay, we got the armor. Corrupted shards and a couple battle finish. I'll take those. We gotta keep going around the circle. We need a weapon frame, homie. Okay. You don't really need to be in there. Let's start with our weapon. Are we all out? Oh, fucking hell. Okay, well, we got a second weapon frame. We don't really need it. We need our booties. And then... that all... Oh, man, that hurts. That really hurts. That really hurts. We'll drop that in here because we don't need it right now. Actually, we don't need the paddlefish right now either. Yeah, I'll just drop that in there. Oh, hey, bad luck. Really bad luck. We're gonna go over here, I guess. Tell me there's another one. There is. Okay, well, we're gonna skip you, Mr. Bear, because I just don't want to do melee. We have time. I'll catch the fish in here. That'll save us some time. I have to be more observant of where... be more observant of where the safe markings are to walk on. We'll catch one more thing. No, yeah, one more thing, fish. Please be, oh, please be magic. Please be magic. Not another fucking bear. Oh. I'll take the bear. We already have another weapon frame. Let me double check. Good. Come on, we're running out of time. Okay, we'll take the corrupted orb. Any shards? I'll drop this. I'll drop that and take the paddlefish. And then what's out of it? Okay. Yeah. I don't have the materials to make that. Oh, weapon. Cutting it really close, but we're fine, whatever. Water. Fill them up. Make the pots. Use it or lose it. Okay. Prep is good. We're gonna run right in. I forgot. Oh my gosh, I was projecting wrong. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. Oh, just fucking kill me. Cause I'm. Just kill me, dude. Stop. Okay, now you're not gonna hit anything. I forgot to start the thing, and I'm like, what do I pray? Because it's like, I've never played this game before. Stupid little fucker. Ah, this is what I get. I need more water. I'm out of water. How many deaths am I at? I wish it was burnt cod. I wish it was burnt cod. Just give me something to drop. 10 deaths. Yep, we're out of here. We're gonna go do Vorkath. Actually, we need to get antipoisons. Well, now that I'm hopping back on, we're going back.
The gem crab has moved. The gem crab has moved.
Well, the RNG has not been favorable for me. Well, only 4 out of 50. It would be nice if I could actually get a kill. Well, if I can't get the head, can you at least give me a drop?
gem crab has moved.
Did it? Huh, maybe that's why I'm eating so much food. Let me try that. That would be so much better. My method looks better? I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it. I've been playing melee or mage this whole time. Weren't you asking me to do it on the iron so you could see how it's done? I don't know. Did I try it? Were you doing the same method that I'm doing? I mean, you had just the regular anti-fire? I feel like it has more magic attacks than it does range attacks. Oh, wrong freaking bolts.
Do you think I should close the windows? Because we're supposed to get some pretty bad storm. Or should I just leave the front one open? I don't know if it's what way it's gonna blow, like the TV window.
Just leave them open for now. If it gets crazy, I'll take care of it.
Okay, it's just starting to rain now. They all just went out. So they're good. There's eggs for tonight. I think it's out there on top of the rice.
The gem
we
tab
saved
has
two steaks. So these should be good for tonight.
He ate 2 steaks
There's 2 steaks.
on top of the steak he had earlier today.
Yeah. I made the chicken earlier, he didn't want it. So I grilled 2 steaks and I was like, I don't want to, he's still hungry, so I started pulling apart another one. And he ate almost like 3/4. I mean, he's gonna eat it. Great. It's the way it is. I don't care if he eats all of our steak. He can eat all of our steak. That's why we have ground beef. Yeah, just kind of listen to him out there. He's scared of really thunder. Alright, I'm gonna range. Play back to the
You should have asked me. His range attack is too inconsistent, but I feel like with the mage, protecting magic gives you an additional benefit. I could be, I could just be getting lucky. Maybe they're wrong. Anyone can edit the wiki, can't they? I feel like I ate a lot of food in my early kills because I forgot. I remember the range strategy, but oh God, I forgot something. I don't know. I was goofing up a little bit. To be honest, I'm just doing this so I can do Slayer. I'm being really pissed off at CG, man. That's not good. Yeah, I'm on full walk. It was kind of close. I was like, at this point, I'm telling myself, okay, I know I can teleport really fast if I need to. I was also chancing it. I was like, fuck it. I'm at 8 kills, man. I just... As soon as I get the... Man, it's shaking. We're storming. I just want to get that stupid head. It should almost be a guarantee. Come on. I know.
The
It took
gem
me
pad
the full
has to move.
50 on my first with the main. And now I've gotten 5 heads since then. Total shit, man. It's all RNG. I'm not in a PvP world, brother. Are we doing Scurry? Let me go check downstairs real quick. Make sure the rain's not blowing in the house.
The gem crab has moved.
Thank you, Bev.
It's storming here, everybody. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to do a little bit of work offline, and then I'm going to pop back on, and we'll do some Scurious. It's going to